we're here. Give it a second. Obviously doing some stuff. And I think this will be the chat room. Copy chat room itself. We will have a yes. We go. I think that should be good. I need to turn the background. Create a background. Isn't I can't even tell if it's doing anything. I don't think it's doing anything to the game. Right. That should be good. Copy the URL. Back over here. PSK. Date this. Paste. Should be back. So there we have it. I think I have a new setup. Think. Excellent. And now the chat. Chat will always go bottom of the screen. Whee! All right. Obviously, I'm back. We got some good rest in, and I anticipate that we'll be here for about 5 hours doing some more code. And this is all of this is now the start of the all of this is now the start of the resolver, which is part of the prototype. So we have the loader all set that gets all of our stuff. Part of the loader is the validator. Not everything is validated yet, but we don't need to validate everything at the moment. What we want to do, I'm going to do one more. Just popped right in. Just pop, I'm here. All right, so yeah, they do last. So they do disappear. That went in the wrong spot though. My bad. One more sec. Enters from the right. Why? That adding to the left. One more quick. One more quick. 20 by 200. Oh my god. Nico? That's a name I haven't seen in forever. Nico? How have you been? I'm I kind of want to jump into League of Legends Classic. I played a little Akali on the PvE and I fell in love again. But if I play, I'm not going to stop playing. I don't want to stop playing. I don't want to stop if I play, and I don't want to stop doing this. So I'm kind of stuck. Program and keep pushing toward what I want to do, and like it's not too classic. It's perfect. Dude, I played her on the PvE. I played her. I got auto-filled support like 3 times in a row. And so I played her support. And yeah, people just don't remember how to play again. Oh, so good. All right, give me 1 second. Finish. Go there, go back here. All right. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. So yeah, I finished setting this other stuff up. I want to play, but I don't want to play. ADC Twisted Fate. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's so. Oh man. My lord. 2013. Gee. Uh, uh, so he came back for Victorious Braum, really? There were a lot of us who played Tank Akali, and I wasn't the first one who came up with her. And remember, I'm not good. I was good at StarCraft. I'm not good, and I've never been good at League of Legends. But my lord, I want to play. Ah, I should have done that for the time I was off instead of go to bed. I just got back up from a 4-hour nap, a 3.5-hour nap. And I anticipated just jumping right back into the code. But then I have people who come in and remind me of how amazing. Why is that going so fast? That should not be going that fast. Man, why are you doing this to me, you silly freaking overlay? Where's the scroll speed? 30 seconds and still. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. I can't change the scroll speed. I'm gonna scroll that fast, unfortunately. Because of Fortnite, really. Yeah, them bringing classic back is, especially in the classic form, like there's gonna be a reckoning, and it's going to be a good reckoning. And it's unfortunate because they brought it back at a time period when I was at my peak in League. I don't remember her queue going that slow. I don't remember it being that slow. Oh man. Memories. My lord. So I've been back to streaming. I don't know if you remember. In 2015, I stopped. I moved across the country. A whole bunch of shit happened. I've been back to streaming since November of 2024, but I haven't been regular, as regular as I want to be. I started becoming regular when Ashes of Creation was coming out because, wow, an MMO that does exactly what I want. Yay. Got hoodwinked. And now this. And this is going to take me a couple of years easy to do because I'm trying to make an MMO. And it's the only thing that's got me feeling like I want to come back and stream often, except for the idea of playing League of Legends. Classic, because of Akali. And it's all I can do to just push it away. No, I mean, I'm not joking when I say I want to play it. And there's Vanguard and League. I have the PBE up. I just haven't played on regular. So even if I started playing, I'd have to play a lot to get all the all the glyphs and quints and all that nifty shit done. Because I would need IP. So it would take me a while. But like it's there. It's just waiting. And I don't want to because I want to code, but I want to because it's freaking League. And people from back in the day who've come in over the past year or so, just surprise, I'm still around. Oh. Yeah, so, yeah. If you notice, you remember, I had 30, 50, 70 viewers. 100 viewers back in 2013, something like that, right? I've got none now. And I don't get more than 10 to 15 at the moment because I've been gone for so long and I'm just not good. I'm just not good at the game. I'd get some people coming back in because I play Akali and because I used to play Akali, but I don't know. Do people really want to watch somebody who's a scrub who used to rage? I don't rage anymore. So would people want to come in and watch me play League? Maybe. Are there better options out there? Maybe. But game dev? I get to learn how to do something and make a game? I'd rather do that. The reason why I'm going... So, I've never developed before, okay? I've never actually coded a game. I've done development before, websites, tournament sites, programs for companies, small programs for companies. But I've never actually developed a game before. And I've never done Go. And I've never done C#. And so... And I've never used Unity or Unreal or Godot or anything like that. So being able to learn a new technology at the same time as creating something really has me feeling cool. Not cool as in, no, I'm cool, but cool as in it makes me feel good, right? I wanted to do C++ in college. They forced me to take Java and Visual Basic and Access. And this was way back when Visual Basic 4 was the big thing. Like I started school and VB5 came out. So that's a long time ago. So I did do some. I know Visual Basic, I know Perl, I know Visual Basic 6. I kind of know VB.net, but not really. I know Perl, I know PHP, and I know some other stuff, but this, with me being old now, older, I don't have a lot of time left, and I want to make something that survives in my life, so playing a game isn't going to, leave a legacy for me. Creating a game might actually leave a legacy. I don't want my legacy being, oh yeah, that dumbass who didn't know how to play League and thought that they were good. No, I don't want to be that person. By the way, I just opened a Dr. Pepper. If you heard some people might have heard that. Dr. Pepper, my drink of choice. All right. So let's go ahead and get to the code. Welcome back in, man. Yeah. I love seeing names from the past. I really do. Like, there are very few people from back then, the 2009 to 14-ish, 13 and a half, 14-ish year that would come in that I wouldn't remember. So I'm glad you came in. You made my day. You made my day. So thank you. All right. So we're starting work on our prototype, which is not the prototype of the game. It's the prototype of the combat to ensure that that combat is good, not great. Kane, surprised you're here. It's late. Welcome in. Speaking of late, I need to, because my wife is going to go to bed soon, I need to call her and say good night because she's across the country. It's not I got to make sure that the combat feels decent, that the idea of the combat feels decent, which is what the prototype is for. I think she's already asleep. So the prototype is going to be to test. Is it really? Oh. Yeah, she's asleep. Yeah, she's asleep. She'll call back when she sees the thing show up. So, prototype for the combat, all text, just pressing buttons to see if this feels like it could be good or if it feels absolutely like destructive. And so we have about 20 skills that have been made. We'll load those up. Player A, player B, player C will go into a couple of rounds of combat with something and see if the idea that's being presented feels like a decent one. Because I think it feels like a decent one, both in things that I've tested in and the things that I've written down. But if the combat doesn't work, then I have to go back to the drawing board and figure out how combat can work differently. It's a turn-based MMO, so it's significantly different in design and presentation from a real-time game. People love real-time games, but I'm wanting a turn-based MMO that is better than the alternatives out there, which right now are Atlantic Online, which is pay to win, Broken Ranks, which is pay to win, Wakfu and Dofus, which are both fairly old games, fun looking, but they're a bit too anime for my tastes. And I think that I have some ideas that would be better, that would better serve that market. So that's why I'm doing turn-based. All right. First thing we need to do, I'm not even looking at the AI yet right now because I'm trying to figure out how this is going to go. Match is going to go in. Match test isn't going to happen yet. We can just close the test because we don't have anything to test with. The descriptor is done. So why are you showing up like that? There we go. So why are you showing up like that? Let's do this. So the descriptor is working. So now we're going to, instead of the descriptor, we're going to go into resolver. Expecting package found EOF. So package resolver takes care of that. And types package resolver. That takes care of that. That finishes that. No tests to run, that makes sense. All right, so why do we need a turn struct? Resolve is the idiomatic turn registry descriptor.register. Outcome error. Why do we need a type? Outcome struct I can understand. Why do we need a type struct? Why does this thing say that we should have a type struct? If the package grows to hold arena state and the phases spine as well, combat will start reading better than resolver. Some Go code bases would name this package combat rather than resolver, since packages read best as domain nouns and callers, then get combat.resolve. Combat. It's absolute. There's no now I understand why it's doing. There's no what's the word I'm looking for? No comparison. Combat. But why is it saying that I have for types? Why does it want me to have this and this? I can understand why it thinks we want a outcome struct, because every round is going to have an outcome that's going to display to the clients. But why it turns? I want it to explain. Because I have the idea in my head about how it wants to go. Like once I'm like 6 months into this, I feel like I'm going to have a much better grasp on how things are supposed to or should be done for the way to program specific parts of the game. Match, you're right, it's ambiguous. Game code-based match means a session of play, not pattern matching. Resolver match genuinely reads as the entire, it does. Combo matching only. So put it in the package now and combo match. Yeah. So now we have a different package. Or resolver actually match combos. So match isn't match, match is match combos. So how about instead of match combos, how about what will make sense for me? Combat dot create combos. The matcher genuinely has no dependency on combat state, which is independence is a real package boundary, not an invented one. So yeah, we'll just that makes more sense. New folder, combo. And then in here, file types, new file, match. We don't need that new file, so match goes in here. Match test goes in here. Now combo, save, match test combo. So now we have combo.match. That makes sense. Matches skills or matches combo determines if group of if a combination turns into if a group of skills combines into a coalesces combos into a combo skill. Okay. And so this is going to be function match. I don't know what it's going to be yet. I don't know what this is going to be yet. A group of skills coalesces to that. Combat, we're not combat right now. Combo package for types. Okay. Now the second thing is turn an outcome. I jumped ahead and shouldn't have. I told you to start with a matchup precisely so you wouldn't guess at the state shape. And 2 messages later, sketch 2 state shaped types. Okay, so yeah, those are toast. Shush, shush. Shush. Toast. 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 Shush. Oh my god, I gotta go let him in. He's screaming. He's gonna try and get up on me, but everybody, you're loving. So you don't get to jump on me tonight. What are you doing? Toast. Well, why'd you get down? Why'd you get down? Come on. I didn't want you jumping on me. That's why I picked you up. Why'd you get down? Toast. Toast. So she's gonna knock over the lamp. Here. Come on. Here. There you go. Yeah. Why I picked you up so you didn't have to jump. Wait, shoulder, buddy. What he does to Kayloon when on her shoulder, eating the hell out of her back. I'm allergic, so every time his claws need, every time he needs a little bit, he's gonna destroy my shoulder, and I'm gonna get like I'm gonna be itchy. I'll be itchy later, like massively, calling me like mad right now. He screams because you don't pat his wrong. Good boy. Good boy. I have to get down so I can get back to work, but yeah. I know you hurt, right? Claws are. Ow! My shoulder. I'm allergic to cats. Very allergic to cats. Getting your love? You all done? Ready to get down? No? At least it's not my shoulder anymore. You need the air all you want. All you want. You need not my shoulder. Good. Good. Down. Stay on my lap now. I have work to do. Want to get in the window? Window? Go on. No, I'm not petting you anymore. Got work to do. My shoulder's already itchy. All right. Music? All right. So, the general rule for when it does matter, a struct earns its place over loose parameters when the values travel together everywhere, when the set will grow, or when the thing needs to be serialized. The eventual turn input qualifies on all three: actors, intent, seed, turn number, because it has to exist as a proto message and as a test fixture anyway. Same for its output, but that's a phase 0 later problem. And defining them now means inventing fields before the matcher tells you what's real. So, can we do that? That work? Can we do it this way? Or do we just get rid of them? Oh, that worked. All right. And then we go back, we go into combo instead. All right, so inside combo, how are we gonna match combos? It's gonna be greedy at first. Takes everything it can. So if a specific skill is called, so the way it's going to work, right? The way I envision combat working is you've got the players doing their thing. And if player A decides they want to cast skill Z, and player B decides they want to cast skill Y, and C decides they want to cast skill X, and you have 3 combos, you have ZX, you have YX, and you have ZY, right? And player A knows about all 3, player B knows about these 2, and player C only knows about this one, right? Then player C is only ever going to see this one, period. But player B will see, oh, they're trying to cast YX and ZY. Which one do you want? Right? And player B might say, I want this one. But there's another skill that's being suggested where player C would see a question mark here. And player A would see, we're casting ZX, YX, and ZY. Which one do you want? And if player A chooses this one, then player A gets it because that's the one that, like is invisible and nobody else knows about. So that wins. If player A decides YX, then that one wins because of course A and B are both saying YX. But all 3 of them could then say, oh no, we want C for this one no matter what. But that's the idea, is that if nobody knows about it, it picks one at random. If one person knows about any of them, they can pick a random one. They can see that there's, and they would only see one, even if all of them only knew this one, they would see ZY and just a single question mark, even though there's 2 of them there. So that's the idea. The other thing is, let's go all the way back to the beginning here. Nope, I can't go all the way back to the beginning. The other thing is, when there's a ZX ingredient, but also a Z, Y, X, V, or W, right? Then by default, if nobody knows, by default, this one gets selected. If a player knows about them, then, and only knows about this one, then there'll be a question mark for that, as long as all the ingredients are matched. Allowing the one player or the players that know about one of the skills, and of course they'd know about this one because it requires this and this up there, so that would be known. So then they get to choose, hey, there's an unknown one here. Do you want to try that one? Because they hit the ingredients. So that's the idea I have for the way that combat is. And I have to try and get that into here. With that said, we have an ad coming up. I'm going to go ahead and press the ad button so that it goes away now while I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this. And we'll be back in 2.5 minutes. A list of submitted ability in the registry, and a result carrying bound recipe plus consumed leftover. No tools, no actors beyond an ID phases. 3 types, all of which the matcher's own tests will validate. Trying to learn on my own what I need here. I don't think that's gonna. I learned. Through trial and error, I learned. All right, so if I want to import, I think I need to, because I'm going to be taking the registry for the ability list. That registry, if we go back over into the descriptor, that registry is here, is the ability mechanics and the recipe mechanics. But I need to keep the information about that too. So put you over here. So that destroyed my shoulder. so witchy already. So, what is it? I'm going to need to swap stuff out. So aspects test is going to be testing just aspects instead of like this whole unmarshal thing is going to have an aspect in it. Like, I think it's going to have an aspect in it. I'll end up fixing it. So everything is its own little grouping. I'll fix that later. Parsing loader. Where are you? Right. So the loader struct has the definitions, mechanics, and I don't have the definitions inside. We return the registry. But I need no, maybe I don't. Maybe I don't need it because the registry gets returned, which is going to have the IDs, and the client's going to have the information for those IDs anyway. So the client's going to have all the definition files, and the registry is going to have the ability names in the IDs. So we're not going to need the definition files. So like we take Triblaster for example. It's going to have stuff like icon, which will be an icon path, sound, which will be a group of sounds, etc., for later. So the client needs all that, not the server. It also gives the ability for people to create their own packages, themes, and whatnot. Oh, that's going to cause problems later. Okay. All right, so how do I want to do it? I'm trying to do this without using AI to walk me through it just yet. But like, so our list. Because I want to this. No, I think I'm going down the wrong path. Why is it taking so damn long? Every time you read registry, you'd have to check which one. If a wrapper is warranted later, it should be named for what it adds. Match or index, not the shadow, not shadow the thing it wraps. Leans toward passing the dependency directly until the state worth holding. Intent. Descriptor registry result. So I don't need the registry here. By value copies a struct, so that would be that. Reference type, so the copy shares the same underlying data. It looks like ownership and isn't. Descriptor registry. The field is unexported, so nothing outside combo can build one. That's correct if the type has a constructor enforcing an invariant, and pointless if it doesn't. When you pre-compute a recipe index, recipes bucketed by match or width, or pre-sorted by specificity so the greedy loop isn't recording on every call. It's a real derived state with a real invariant. This index is built from that register. And it's exactly what a constructor exists to guarantee. Built when the loop tells you it's needed, not before. What types.go wants right now is the matcher's own vocabulary. What a submitted ability instance looks like, what a bound recipe looks like, and what the result carries. What a submitted ability instance looks like. All right, so the thing is, like, what I'm feeling right now is that this is trying to get, it's trying to build the roof before I have, or the walls before I have the foundation. So I'm gonna do a loop, but what am I gonna get, right? I don't have a type for intent. I have no idea what intent is going to have. Maybe it's going to have player ID and player ability. I don't know yet. And so it's like, oh, do you want to walk the greedy loop now so the types have something to be derived from? That's the concern. Like, how are we going to walk the greedy loop without knowing what we need to put into the greedy loop? I know what it's like. I can do some pseudocode because I know what it's going to look like. It's going to be first we're going to take and grab all the abilities, cast this or use this turn. Used this turn for each combat phase, and that's pre-combat, action, and reaction. Those are the three phases. Pre-combat only has stuff that can be done during the pre-combat phase before combat actually starts. That's the same thing as like a surprise, but not quite a surprise, because with a surprise, it's just an action. Pre-combat is when you have somebody surprised, you can do something before the action, so like 2 or 3 actual actions or something like that. Pre-combat skills, you know? I don't know what those pre-combat skills are going to be yet, but something like a pre-combat skill, like maybe putting something to sleep. Or like a Medusa stare is a pre-combat ability, right? And then actions are the actions that the players take, and reactions are the actions that players and enemies that an entity can take. And then reaction is an action that an entity can take in response to the actions that have been taken during the action phase. And everything resolves simultaneously. except for pre-combat. So an action and a reaction are going to resolve at the same time. Somebody starts attacking, it's going to be reacted to immediately. So grab them all, determine if there's combinations that can be made from the group, from the abilities used. And this ends up being highest ingredient count wins, and then actually player selected wins. So in order, highest ingredient count, and then randomized and the higher the player selected will propagate. The reason why I say that is because let's say that somebody wants to cast a supermassive black hole. The supermassive black hole is, close both of those again. We'll put Tri-Blaster over here. The wrong one. Tri-Blaster goes into here. So we'll put Tri-Blaster over here, right? So Tri-Blaster is this spell, okay? And Tri-Blaster requires anything that's Firebolt, which is for later, but it also requires a Thunder spell, a spell called Thunder and a spell called Tsunami. So we have Thunder and Tsunami. Those are just general spells. They're just, you know, a player casts them. Tri-Blaster cannot be cast. It has to be composed. So we have player A casts a Firebolt. So we cast Firebolt itself, right? So A casts Firebolt, B casts Thunder, and C casts Tsunami. Okay? So now that's going to combine to form Tri-Blaster. Let's say that D casts Rift Lance. E, for the players, E will cast something else and F will cast something else. If I go back over here and I look at the recipe for Supermassive Black Hole, not the recipe, I look at the recipe for Supermassive Black Hole, and we have, that's the actual, that's not the recipe. That's the, again, castable falls. We go to the recipe, Supermassive Black Hole, and we see that we need Black Hole and Rift Lance. So Rift Lance is in there, but there's no Black Hole, and there will be no Black Hole when I do all these out. Black Hole itself requires Tri-Blaster and Supernova. Supernova itself is also a combo. So we look for Supernova, and Supernova itself is Implode, Spirit Tether, and Melt Weapon. So Implode, Implode, Spirit Tether, and Melt Weapon. Right? So this is what they cast during that turn, because they want to cast a Supernova. They don't know that they're casting a Supernova. There's 7 skills here. Supernova requires 7 skills. You can have 8 players on a team in a group. I think that's what I'm going to be having. 8 player groups and 40-player raids is what I'm thinking. Don't quote me. Raids might be bigger. Don't know yet. I also don't think that there's going to be any combo attacks that are larger than 8 ingredients. But again, don't quote me. This is very, very early stages. All of this could change, but this is the idea that I have in my head. There might be combo skills that are authored that have 12, 15, 20, 30 freaking ingredients. And because players are going to, once they find them, they're always going to be in their, like, their list of things. It'll be a, hey, you found this ability, now you can use it. So, basic attack, right? Right, so maybe we have this. And so, in order for this to work, the way that the match will work is it'll take the first run through, it'll go, okay, what can be made out of all these? Can we make anything out of all of these that is just a straight up 7 or 8 ingredient cast? If there is nothing, then it goes down to 7. And it grabs that, basically it grabs the highest value one that it can. None of these abilities are taken by more than one of the skills. So then we have, that's round 1 or part 1 of it. Then we have, you know, A, B, C combined to cast Tri-Blaster. D still casts Rift Lance. E, F, G all combined to cast Supernova. And H still casts Basic Attack. Now we go over it again. Can any of these combine to make anything? And at this point we see this combine to make Supermassive Black Hole. And then H is still Basic Attack. And at this point, if we had a combo ability with Basic Attack and Supermassive Black Hole, then it would also grab that. What? 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 This is also why if we had an ability that had a basic attack in it, let's say Basic Attack and Rift Lance were an ability, this is why we have tags, because then that ability would still have the Rift Lance capability in it, and instead of this being an ID Rift Lance, it would be a tag Rift Lance. So now anything that has Rift Lance in it can then be used to become a Supermassive Black Hole in the ability. That's why authoring is going to be such a big deal. That's why combo skills are going to be such a big deal. Because that could do, like in the first round here, we could have DNH, Phase Blade, right? Maybe. And so now that becomes a Phase Blade, and instead of a Rift Lance, now it's a Phase Blade. If we look at Rift Lance, and we look at the combo for Rift Lance, there is no combo for Rift Lance. So if we look at Rift Lance directly here, it's got no combo tag. Rift Lance has no combo tag. But if I were to create a new skill called Phase Blade, I could put inside that, I could put combo tags, Rift Lance, and then like find a way to like, I don't remember how I would do it, but I would find a way to actually put that into here as a instead of this would now be tag, and inside Rift Lance we would go Rift Lance. This would now be Rift Lance. So it's a combo tag Rift Lance instead of an ID Rift Lance, because it applies that, or whatever it is. So we want to make sure that we can have those abilities combine and still be able to make what they want to make from the big one, right? And now this isn't even there because that's actually embedded in black hole. And now what that does is it'll take the way it'll work in the actual resolution is it'll take all of them, take the amount of power they added to all of that and throw it out there. Boom, we just cast supermassive black hole. They still have to use all the resource costs for everything. For all of this, that all gets paid. But then when that's done, it does this. And it uses all the magnitude and scaling from all of these in a combined version. So combo attacks are going to be a thing that people are going to want to use because they're going to scale based off of everybody's based off of all of these scaling cells that players used or that those skills that were embedded used. So basically it's going to take the overall power of all the skills, mash it all up, and then the resulting skill is going to have its own power that gets used for the skill expression. So this is how it'll work. A, B, C, cast Firebolt, Thunder, Tsunami. D, cast Rift Lance. Right? Now I feel like I need to create a Phase Blade skill. That's just basic attack and Rift Lance. But I'm not going to. D ends up being Rift Lance. And H is basic attack. And H stays down here as basic attack. Like that. So, and just to be fair, if there's something that takes all 6 of these and Melt Weapon is in there, again, there'll be a tag to allow that to actually work. So with Melt Weapon being outside of it, actually maybe that won't work. Shit. Time to brainstorm. Combo. So I think that I think there's a way to do this. Set packing in NP hard. NP. What's NP? The fuck is NP? What is NP? What is NP? Non-deterministic polynomial time. Non-deterministic polynomial. Two 255 non-empty subsets in the reachable partition tree after recipe filtering is smaller. 8 times 7 times 6 times 5. No. You're not in NP hard territory in practice, you're in small enough to brute force territory, and the honest engineering answer is to brute force it while n stays small and revisit only if profiling says otherwise. And chain combos makes it sharper. Your schema allows combo ingredients. Invalidate recipes and forces those reference are non-castable. So a combo's outcome can feed another recipe in the same phase. Yes, that's the whole point. That's literally what I pointed out. That means matching isn't one pass over the intent list, it's bind, inject, outcome, rematch. Again, that's what I said. Which multiplies the number of reachable partitions and means a greedy first choice can foreclose a two-step chain that was strictly better. Yes, okay. The saving grace is scale. Abilities per phase is bounded by party size. Call it 4 to 8. That's at most 255 non-empty subsets. What is that? 8 factorial over 3 factorial. Exhaustive backtracking search over partitions is entirely affordable here and gives you the globally best result by whatever objective you define. You're not in NP hard territory in practice. You're in small enough to brute force. What's the objective function? Biggest single combo in most combos and most total power are 3 different games. Ingredient count is a proxy for power, and a proxy you'll break the first time you author a devastating 3 ingredient recipe and a mediocre 6 ingredient. If recipes carry an authored weight, the search could maximize something real rather than something structured. And player selection, which you listed first, a player declaring and contributed to this, is both a pruning constraint on the search and the mechanism that makes gate 4 pass. Shared authorship is hard to feel when an algorithm silently picks the partition for you. If declaration propagates and locks ingredients, the search shrinks to best partition consistent with declared intent. Oh, that sucks, dude. That's really bad. Your internet not being fixed. Probably won't till Friday. It's like 2 days of downtime. That sucks. If declaration propagates and locks ingredients, the search shrinks to best partition consistent with declared intent, which is exactly what I'm expecting. Declaration propagates and locks ingredients. The search shrinks to best partition consistent with declared intent. So the fork. Greedy with count first, fast, sometimes visibly wrong, easy to acclaim. Or exhaustive over an objective. Correct. Needs you to define what best means. Still trivial. For P0, it's means. I'm learning how to code by hopefully making an MMO. And what is XIV? QXIV is what? XIV is 614. What's Q? What's Q? It's Q isn't in it. So Tank 14 and Q14. So you ask, what game am I making? So yes, I'm a first-time new game. I'm a new dev. Don't know the technologies I'm going to be using, so I'm learning the technologies and how to code and how to project manage all at the same time by making an MMO. Yes. PanQQ is the word for pancakes in English. Okay. It's also the MMO that I'm trying to make is going to be turn-based, so it's a little bit less involved than what most people think of as MMOs. And the real end goal is for me to learn coding. There might be in a year, 6 months down the road, there might be a change from, yeah, this isn't going to work as an MMO, let's do it somewhat differently. I don't want that to happen, but I'm not opposed to changing scope to a lesser, like overwhelming scope at some point in the future. I'm not opposed. But for now, the goal is to learn Go, learn Godot, learn C#, and make an MMO out of it. All right, I'm sorry. It's not Cordy says. Oh, actually, you can see it on the ticker down there. My new game is gonna hit the autism community like crack hit the ghettos in the 80s. Instead of a map game, I'm gonna make a CRM game. That's just bad, dude. I shouldn't laugh, but my God. Oh my God. All right, so give raids a reason to communicate or the higher value combinations. So yeah, GD script. So I don't want to do GD script. Like I want to because I want to be able to translate skills into different areas, GD script is good, but being able to use C# is better because I can use C# in other things, right? Like, for example, if I decided to go away from Go as the backend, because Go is going to be the server, Godot is going to be the client. If I decided to move away from Go and move towards something like Nakama or Spacetime DB, then C# I can use in both of those. So I'd want to know C# instead of Go. Yes, Spacetime DB has community created support for Go, but like if I decided to swap, I'd want to switch entirely over to C# all the way through. I like Python. I took a class for Python. I finished because I when I took the class, it was 2017, 16. I finished everything in the entire class. Actually, I still have the code for it. I finished the entire class in like 3 days. And then I never finished the class because I already had everything done. I had nothing to look forward to with the rest of the class. So, yeah, I know, I don't know Python, but I know Python. And I liked it. It felt really good. Like, it felt like a scripting language. As opposed to a programming language, which I liked. But that's also why I'm using Go, because Go feels to me like a scripting language, even though it's a compiled language, right? It feels like it's a, what's a word for scripting language that isn't compiled? Interpreted language, even though it's a compiled language. Or at least it did to me, which is why I'm using Go. But again, like I said a little bit ago, I'm not opposed to swapping to something both lower impact on whether or not I'm going to finish it, and also I'm not opposed to swapping technology stack. So C#, what if C was Java? C#, I like C#, I really do. C# is pretty prevalent in streaming, because if you want to make StreamerBot work, like you want it to do something that it doesn't do, you're going to use C#. You're going to use C# a lot. Hell, my StreamerBot instance uses C# that I've coded myself. It's not very robust or anything, is it? I started learning C# with that. So I didn't go into this being brand new to programming. I went into this being brand new to game development and development in general. But programming, I've been tinkering with programming my entire life, really. Just never done any projects, especially not one this big. So, greedy with count first. Sometimes visibly wrong, but it's easy to explain. Or exhaustive over an objective. Needs you to define what best is. So, hold on. If I go into, can I add? Can I add? 'Cause abilities already have a tier, don't they? Yeah. I think I'm gonna end up having to put in a tier here. I think. I'm not sure, but maybe I'm gonna need to have different ingredients that do the same thing. Like ingredients will be in one, like instead of it just being a set, maybe I do something like this, right? And so this becomes this and this. Or actually we can do it this way. So this becomes how do I have it elsewhere? Or maybe like right? Nested mappings are not allowed in compact mapping. Nested mappings are not allowed in compact mapping. Anyway, you get what I'm trying to say, where each outcome ends up being bound under a different each recipe ends up being bound under a different outcome for the actual recipe. I think that's what's going to end up happening, so that you have different ways to make the same skill. Maybe. Exhaustive dies at raid scale and not gradually. Partitions of 40 items is around 10 to the 35. Even restricted to subsets, 2 to the 40th is a trillion. So brute force when n is small isn't a strategy that survives contact with your actual target. It's a P0 crutch that you'd have to throw away exactly when it matters most. The interesting part is that you don't need a better... this thing just went way off. I'm gonna throw the ad up now so that I can continue reading this after the ad's done. It'll give me a chance to go to the bathroom. We'll be back in 2.5 minutes. Please, while we're on this little break, go ahead and hydrate, take care of yourself. We'll be right back. Still 87 degrees up. All right. All right. Exhaustive dies at raid scale. It's a P0 crutch that you'd have to throw away exactly when it matters most. But the interesting part is that you don't need a better search. You need an authoring invariant that makes the cheap search provably correct. Greedy by value is optimal if recipe value is super additive. A recipe is always worth more than any combination of smaller recipes built from its own ingredients. Formally, value of R is greater than max sum of values of any set of recipes whose ingredients are a multi-set of R's. If that holds, a counterexample I gave you last message can't exist. Picking the highest value satisfiable recipe never strands a better partition because by construction there is no better partition. Greedy becomes rank satisfiable by recipes. Rank satisfiable recipes by value bind the top one, consume, repeat. Linear-ish per pick scales to 40 actors and 20 ingredient recipes without complaint. And you don't enforce that invariant by validating freeform authored numbers. That check is as hard as the original problem. You enforce it by deriving value from a superlinear function of the combo scale, which is what I was talking about beforehand, but not exactly the same. I said, did I type it out up here? Did I type that out up here? I didn't, but I said it. I know I said it. I know I said it with regards to... Did I say it tonight or did I say it this morning? With regards to total power of the combined abilities. The combined abilities, the total power that I'm talking about is this. Is it in common? No, it's here. Damage model. Oh, not in damage model. Stats model. Okay. All right, so the stats model. You take something that pumps the talent, dimensional talent cell. Something. I don't care what right now, just something that pumps this cell. And the cell increases the skill, say, Rift Lance or whatever. So now Rift Lance has a higher general potency than something that's lower than Rift Lance. Which gives us the ability to, then derive the overall formula's potency based on those skills. I don't remember if I said that now or I said that later. So that says you enforce it by deriving value from a superlinear function of the combo scale, something in the shape of power times count to the x with count greater than 1. Then a 20 ingredient recipe mathematically cannot lose to any partition of itself at any catalog size forever with zero validation. Which means biggest bang always wins. Stops being a property you hope the resolver preserves and becomes a property of the number system. Superlinear scaling is the reason to communicate. A 20-person combo isn't worth 20 basic attacks, it's worth 60, and that gap is the coordination incentive, expressed as one exponent you can tune. Small combos become noise at raid scale. If value scales superlinearly, a 3-ingredient combo and a 40-man is a rounding error. And the 8 people not in the big one feel like spectators. Not necessarily. Oh, why is it? Yeah. Oh, is it gonna stay this hot? I freaking hate how Windows forces you into this shit. Not even gonna get shit. I need to close that window again. It's gonna get too hot in here. It's gonna get too hot in here. Time to close the window. Thought it was cold. Thought it was colder outside. It started, I'm like I'm sweating already. It went from 72 to 77 in just the amount of time that I had that open. In here. All right. Small combos become noise at RAID scale. If value scales super linearly, a 3-ingredient combo and a 40-man RAID is rounding error. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. You may need value banded by participant count rather than globally comparable, which partially reintroduces the packing problem, but within bands which stays tractable. 20 inputs, the bigger the combo, the more players contribute to a button and watch someone else's animation. That's a gate 4 shared authorship risk that no algorithm fixes. Presentation problem. The exponent is now load-bearing balance. One number governs whether RAIDs coordinate or ignore each other. Powerful in a single point of failure. Your ideas sound on tiers, but solving a different problem and keeping them separate matters. Recipe selection asks which recipes bind. Here asks which of several qualifying abilities fills a given slot. A firebolt versus a greater firebolt, both satisfying tag fire. That's binding selection. It happens after a recipe is chosen, and it composes cleanly with match or width, which already prefers a specific ID or tag over school over aspect. Add tier as a preference within a width, not as a competitor. Okay, that's fine. Build greedy by value now. Value as a real field or derived function, superlinear in count. Your phase 0 catalog is small enough to verify the ordering by hand, and the architecture is the same one that survives to 40. You'd be tuning an exponent, not replacing an algorithm. Is value derived formula from count and power or authored? A number per recipe. Derived gives you the invariant for free. Authored gives you designer control and takes the invariant away. Authored becomes harder to keep in line at scale. Invariant is easier. Derived is easier. But then you have to, when you're tuning, you have to tune whole skills. Formula from count and power. All skills, combo or not, are derived from power. In some way. The pool, the magnitude, the scaling cell. The way combos work, the way I envision combos working, is coefficient. I want to make sure I'm right here. So combo, this has a coefficient in it. It's just not showing. I think I'm... Right? More design, more trying to figure out how the math is going to work to make things work. Could have taken like 2 months to actually do the design before I even started coding. To actually sit down and do the full out design work instead of doing a couple of days of it. Yeah. That's what I was talking about. Yeah, that's literally what I said. But oh, the average. So this is wrong a little bit, and I think it's because of the way I presented it. If there's a 20 ingredient combo, it's not 20 singular skills becoming that one combo. It's those 20 skills becoming sub combos before it gets to the main combo. Sort of like what Supermassive Black Hole does. This is 7 that become 3 that become 1, right? So those 7 becoming 3 is the average of these 3 for this one, the average of these 3 for this one, and then multiplied by that coefficient, and then multiplied by that coefficient. Just to be clear. It's 12 times 1 to 2, it's 14.4. $44, 43.4. And then we have so Sometimes coefficient works beautifully. And force coefficient is greater than 1.0 at load time. I think the there's no scaling cell on combo attacks. It's coefficients, and the coefficients are just how much the total is multiplied by. Composition reward, how much more the combo is worth than its parts, power tuning, dialing, and abilities, own output scale against cell scaling. All right, so I'm wrong, because adding 50 to 100 and then doubling it is better than just doubling it. It adds 50 to the base. The magnitude is added on combos. Okay. All right. Job 1 must exceed 1 or greedy breaks. Composition rework. Job 2 must be free to go below. One field can't do both. It's a schema problem rather than a math problem. Splitting them resolves it cleanly because the invariant only ever needed to contain the multiplier on the inherited component sum. Maybe magnitude becomes the multiplier on everything? Wait a minute. Hello, Asaf. Asaf. Hello, Saf. Where do I have the freaking combat damage model? I don't have the actual damage model giving me my damage. Algorithm. Sure. What's the hardest thing you made in Python? AI model. I wouldn't even know where to start. Hell, I don't even know where to start with this. From what I understand, Python's one of the better languages to use for developing AI models, isn't it? Damage scales off the caster's passive values. Skills. Primarily. On what? 16 to 32 gigs of memory somewhere? On like a server that you're using? I know that was memory. I'm just on what? Like on a server? On your main computer? On like a VPS? Like on what? Context. Ah, your PC. When I know what I'm doing, I can type 70 words per minute too, but I don't know what I'm doing, so I'm learning shit. You have a Stream Deck built into your keyboard? You've got the Galleon 100D? I'm sorry, that just looks fucking amazing. That just looks so fucking cool. Fuck, I need to get one. Oh my lord. How much is this? Like 250 bucks or some shit? Just Jesus. So it's instead of the number keys, which makes sense. I use the number key, like the keypad often enough where that would be strange, but at the same time, yeah. Yeah, I need to find out how much it is. I think I just found the new keyboard I'm going to use. How much is it? $300 fucking dollars. It's because it comes with a Steam Deck. Oh man, yeah. That's a good freaking keyboard, my friend. That's a good keyboard. Actually, there's the easiest programming language. Hold on. There's one already out there. That's okay. I understand. I knew what you meant when you typed WGEN. I knew. Easiest programming language. So there is one. There is one. Not to start with. No. Uses general English. Not Python. Hey, do this, go there. Simple language. I forget what the name of it is. Is it Logo? No, it's not. Is it Scratch? No. No. There's a language that is conversational English. Is that really COBOL? Add price to total? No. Inform 7? No. The kitchen is a room. The apple is in the kitchen. Instead of taking the apple. No. A non... Jesus Christ, no. It's not Twine. My God. Here we go. Oh, this'll find it. Not basic. No. Not your traditional programming language. Pilot? Pilot. Not that old. All right. Have yourself a good one, Saf. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you for letting me know about the the keyboard that you use. And as for your programming language, probably not, but I'd love to see it when it comes out. I really would. But being somebody who's brand new to development, so yeah, I don't remember what the simplest language is, but there's a language out there that's like, its keywords are like, there's 12 of them or some shit. Yeah, exactly. Combo just substitutes the component sum where castable ability puts cell bonus. Same shape, same operator, same field. Nothing has to change. That's what I thought. Castability already partitions the two cases and validate recipes already keys on them. Castable true leaf ability, coefficient multiplies. Castable false combo outcome, coefficient multiplies. Cells ignored per your clarification. Because there's nothing for a scaling cell to scale off of in a combined setup. One rule on one existing field. Non-castable abilities require coefficient greater than or equal to 1. Sub 1.0 coefficients stay free exactly where you need them. On the castable leaves, where scaling demands the dampening. Coefficient below 1.0, the combo still beats its parts for small component sums, then stops. The break even is S is less than magnitude times C divided by 1 minus C. The break even is S is less than 450. All right, we have an ad coming in. We'll be right back. All right, so I have the algorithm, which is going to use, which uses, not is going to use, but actually uses our stats model. For these, it uses these. These are all these are likely to change. And these are definitely going to change the cells. But it uses the cell plus the magnitude times the coefficient. So if somebody's got like a skill aptitude of 17 and the magnitude of a skill is 12, then there'll be a 29 times whatever the coefficient of that skill is. I've kept Claude existing framework. I said no freaking code. I said no code. Come on. Come on. Why are you giving me... Christ. I literally said no. Bastard. You bastard. I said no code. What am I at for usage right now? 3 hours left. I'm going to be writing a lot. Fine. Why am I not able to just select a little bit? Because it's still writing, I guess. That line here. The gate, phase 0, which is what we're working on. Proof before build, nothing production grade is built until the thing it depends on. Is proven by passing prototype. A throwaway multi-actor combat prototype proving the load-bearing question, do combos have depth? Pre-code design structure validated by August 19th. This is, yeah, we're finally on part 3. Time to push this off. One more week. Section 1 in the multi-actor atom. All right, so yeah, that's fine. There's nothing there. All right, and we'll go ahead and update Claude on him. Boop, updated. Okay. All right, now ready to pick up the matcher at the item type and value computation. Item type? Wait a minute, what? Why are we doing item type? So 1 phase's worth of submitted abilities goes in. A partition goes out. Some abilities got consumed into combos. A partition goes out. Okay, so the intents, descriptor.registry. So we're going to need to import descriptor, which is going to be like I had it here. It's going to be this here. So now we have the descriptor imported into here because we do need the registry. We don't need the names of the skills in the registry. We don't need the description of the skills in the registry. That's going to be a client-side thing from the defs file. But we do need the intents, which is going to be a slice of intent. And then we need the registry, which is the registry. There's a pointer to descriptor. Registry, and we're going to return a result of that combination match. Takes all possible skills into the highest value match unless a specific skill was requested. When a player knows when a player knows a recipe. Propagates and locks ingredients. So no actors beyond an ID, which comes in intent. So we need the type. Type intent struct is going to have player ID. For now, we'll just have it as a string. I need commas and structs, right? I don't remember. Do I need commas and structs? I need structs. I don't. Do not need structs. Okay. Need none. So this is three types and they're small. So the intent do I need the ability? Result. And what else would I need? This is telling me I need the intent, the binding. What is the binding? Ah, the recipe successfully bound. Consumed means we use that recipe, okay. And why is ability ID a string instead of descriptor ability? Why is that? They don't need it? One would think I would need that. I don't need descriptor ability either, but the result is intent. Yeah. Whatever's not bound. Okay. I understand that. All right. And then the binding is not consumed intent. You need to distinguish two casts of Firebolt by different players. They're separate items filling separate ingredients. Identity is positional, not by value. Copying the intent loses that. Copying the intent loses that. It shouldn't, because it's the actor. Combo outcome isn't an intent. Once a Triblaster forms, it becomes available as an ingredient, but it has no actor ID. It has a computed value rather than a looked up one, and it carries its constituents for display decomposition. So the working list and the loop operates on isn't intent. It's a slightly richer item type that an intent converts into. Naming that type is your first real decision. A combo outcome isn't an intent. It's a combo. So why is has no actor ID, has a computed value rather than a looked up one, and it carries its constituents for display decomposition. So it contains computed value, which is Where is it? Where is it? Contains the ingredients so that we have the composed data, the total power, which is the composed values, and it also contains what else? Yeah, so just the computed value and the constituents for display composition. So this is composed combo. So that's what it has. It has the power and then the ingredients. But it also has the name of the combo or the ID. I don't think I need these to be exported though. Convert intents to working items. Compute each leaf's value magnitude times coefficient. Which is going to be magnitude times scaling cell, or plus scaling cell times coefficient. Which means we have to make scaling cell static right now. So scaling cell is going to be a package level static value for now. Right? I don't know if that'll work. And I don't know if I need it here either. Convert intents. So we're gonna satisfying an ingredient set is not a simple loop. Ingredients match at 4 widths. ID tag school aspect. One item can satisfy several different ingredients, and a native left to right pass will burn a specific item on a broad ingredient and then fail an ingredient that only that item could have. Bipartite matching. Practical fix at your scale. Try the narrowest ingredients first. Right, which is kind of... yeah. Discrimination isn't guaranteed by the loop shape. Every iteration consumes items, but also adds one. Someone authors a recipe whose outcome can satisfy its own ingredient set. You loop forever. 2 defenses. Consumption strictly shrinks the pool by at least 2 per bind. Recipe needs greater than or equal to 2 ingredients. Validated already, and adds 1, so the pool does shrink. But chained recipes make the argument subtle enough that a hard iteration cap is cheap insurance. Take the cheap insurance. Don't delete from a slice mid-loop. Indices shift and every stored index goes stale. Copy a parallel consumed bool and skip marked entries. Write the test file before the algorithm. All right, I'll be right back. Okay. Handful of hand-computed fixtures where you know the right answer because you did the arithmetic on paper is the only thing that'll tell you. For every ingredient, for every recipe, attempt to satisfy its ingredient set. We have the registry. And the registry is recipe, mechanics, and ability. Own magnitude plus consumed items values times coefficients. So I know it's not going to be a string, it's there for a placeholder. So, So, I think I kind of understand what I'm trying to do here. Consumed intent, you're right, for phase 0 is unique as long as one actor can't submit the same ability twice in a phase. And multi-activation is explicitly deferred. So my most common bug in Matcher's line was about the general case, and I stated it as though it applied here. So instead of actor ability ID, instance ID, or because it might not be the player. Actor can be anything. I won't reach for that at all. Well, I might reach for that because the coworker I have is dumb. No. Wow, ads again already? Holy shit. All right, we'll be back in 2.5. Empty actor is a derived property, not a stored fact. Length of ingredients greater than 0 is the authoritative test for composed. Exactly as you said, the empty actor ID is a consequence. Worth a comment saying so because the first person to read it, you in 3 months, will otherwise wonder which one to trust. Oh shit. Yeah. I have work at 10 in the morning. I'm gonna need to go to bed soon so that I can get my cast tomorrow done. Start casting at like 6 or 7 in the morning, which means I need to go to bed soon so that I can do tomorrow's pre-work cast and post-work cast without any issues. So even though they're inside a type. So these have to be okay. So they have to be. So oh, so I can have a struct that has okay. So I could do so that means result.composed. That's what that means. Okay, I get it. So now I know. So if I want something outside of a package, regardless of where it is, oh, that also means that if result was result dot star not available, doesn't even matter what it is because I can't access the struct. That makes sense. Okay, I get it. Okay, goes export rule is capitalization full stop. Yeah. Result but composed string can only hold one combo. That was for yeah, remember I said that's, I know it's not going to be that. That's I believe that's that. Remember I said that it was placeholder. Leftover intent loses the power. Unconsumed firebolt still needs its computed power downstream. Intent doesn't carry one. So hold on. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. So now this means ingredient tree just has action ID. So now now all I do is add action ID to this because we have the actor ID, and I no longer need intent either. So quick question. Once multi-activation lands, a node needs to say which cast of firebolt it was, or the decomposition tree can't distinguish an actor's first firebolt from their second. It's a real need, and action ID is the only thing that carries it. Where it doesn't, -1 is a compose marker. You already have length of ingredients greater than 0, which is authoritative, self-evident, and can't be forgotten. Adding -1 gives you a second encoding of the same fact and creates 3 states that shouldn't exist. Action -1 with no ingredients, action ID with ingredients, and the reader has to know which one to trust. Sentinel values are the classic version of this trap. They look like data. They're a convention you have to remember and enforce everywhere. Keep action ID because a node needs identity. Let it be 0 on composed nodes because they have no cast ordinal, same as active. Both are consequences of composition, not markers of it. One test, one truth. You may find yourself wanting a func I ingredient is composed bool. Returning length of I ingredients greater than 0. That's the idiomatic go move. Because the rule lives in one place, it reads clearly at call sites, and the definition never changes. You add a 1 function instead of hunting for bubble I equals -1. Composed ingredient plus leftovers as a second field works, provided leftovers are also ingredient rather than intent. They need their computed power. 2 fields is more legible than 1 mixed slice, so I'd take it. Just name it in a way that survives something it cold. Since leftovers reads as discarded when they're actually abilities that fire normal. But we don't need intent. Computing the leaf power from the registry. Yeah. You don't need a 10. Right. All right. We have that. That's good. I think. Because we can combine the action ID right in, everything stays there. There's no reason to bring it out or to keep it separate. A compiler enforced authority boundary. Intent is what someone asked for. Ingredient is what the server computed. Ingredient is what is being asked for, and ingredients, like everything is an ingredient, just straight up with the base power. The base power is what gets computed after the ingredient gets taken care of. You go in and it'll do the computation, and then power gets updated. So it is still what the server computed and what the intent was at default. When everything's zeroed out, you know, power is 0 at the start. Like there's no reason to have more than one struct here. Or I don't see a reason to have more than one struct there. I don't see a reason to separate intent from ingredient. Like we could, so that we have, like, ingredient could be ability, actor, and action ID, right? Like we could do something like this, maybe. Right? And then do this. Boop, boop, boop. Right? And then ingredient is intent as intent. Right? So maybe that instead. Because it's the same damn shit. So maybe we can do that, so we have the intent separate. But the ingredient requires the intent anyway. So and then it becomes a composed struct. Right? Redo this, edit, so that it doesn't tell me that was wrong. You get ingredient.ability ID promoted without writing ingredient intent ability. Keeps authority boundary and removes the duplication, which is the version I should have suggested. Intent stays the pure client-shaped input. Ingredient extends it with server computed truth. Ingredient on the pure field, lowercase. Oops. 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 Dangling import with only a comment inside compiles, but Go format will collapse it. Delete it until you actually need descriptor, which is the next step. Intent ability ID still carries the old comment about TriBlaster. It's the ability ID for any node now, combo or leaf. Of the ability. PowerFloat 64 tiebreak problem from 2 messages back is still live, and I don't think you've made the right call. Exact equality on floats is unreliable, so the tiebreak in include would never fire. Integer fixed point power is the standard fix. Worth deciding. So it'd be fixed point power, but how do I do fixed point power? 4 lines restating the same fact, and one of them contradicts the others. Yeah. Method beats prose. Is composed reports whether this ingredient was produced by a recipe. Constituents are authoritative. Actor ID and action ID are empty on composed nodes as a consequence, not as markers. Function is composed Boolean return length of ingredients. Oh, that's yeah. That's yeah. Func I ingredient is composed. This is kind of a given. Boolean return Length of I dot ingredients is greater than 0. There. And now I'm just going to copy that comment. Is composed reports whether this ingredient was produced by a recipe, constituents, or authoritative. Actor ID and action ID are empty on composed nodes as a consequence, not as markers. Blink. The rule now lives in code that can't drift out of sync with itself, and the struct keeps one line per field. Next, PalWorld leaves, which finally opens the descriptor.registry. Again, this is all in types. None of this is in match.go at all yet. Okay. Okay, so match to go line 54, no return, so that's fine. We can do this and this, just to make sure that everything compiles. Excellent, that compiles. Yes, it does. X.composed, which is an ingredient, dot ability ID. This really should have that. X is result. Composed is ingredient. Ingredient has intent. Intent has ability ID. And it really should be composed dot ability ID. Ingredient has no field or method. But it does. That doesn't work. Like, what the hell? Embedded fields are set by type name in a composite literal. You write intent, not ability ID test. Embedding promotes fields for access, but construction still goes through the embedded type. Okay, and because this is... Okay. I get that. Ingredient equals ingredient, x dot composed equals append composed ingredient. Or we can just do it. And then not do that. So we can just do it this way. So this is intent composed. Like this, right? Like that, right? What? So I can't do that? Cannot use value of struct type ingredient as ingredient value in struct literal. So every time that's not validating. I'm gonna snooze that ad, and after the 3 are done snoozing, I'm going to go ahead and log, because I have to work in a bit and I want to be up early so that I can code some more. Why did I need... Oh, because it's a slice. Oh, 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 oh. Okay. All right. Yep. All right. All right. Now I understand. All right. So when we're back in about 7 hours, about 6 o'clock in the morning, give or take, maybe 7 in the morning, depends on how long I sleep. When we're back, we'll be continuing this code learning stuff, and we'll be working on hopefully some actual parsing, and then getting everything working on this side, testing and all that done. And then we'll start working on, hopefully tomorrow, either morning or afternoon, we'll start working on the actual interactions. We'll see. Combo prototype building is fun. I'm really, really nervous that when I'm done all this, I'm going to find out that my shit doesn't work. It's going to be upsetting. But anyway, thank you all for being here. We'll be back tomorrow, about 7 hours from now, give or take, approximately 6, maybe 7 o'clock in the morning Pacific Standard Time. I appreciate you guys being here. It's great that you people are all like just sitting here and lurking and sometimes commenting and, you know, just being part of my community. I appreciate that. I really do. I love having you here. Until next time, being tomorrow, I suppose. I hope you all have a great night, a great day, and ciao for now. Remember to hydrate. And take care of yourselves, okay? I love having you people here. Like inspiration for me. But seriously, hydrate. See you later. Duck and cover.